Hey, good morning, folks. Wish there was a way I could set all this up to begin with. It would always be the same way every time. But this is this annoying crap I gotta do every time I start a video. Oh, okay. Alright, now we can get started. Yeah, it's like a minimum of time right there that I gotta go to the YouTube channel, go to the front page on YouTube, make sure everything's in order. Alright, we have way too many things here on the tabletop. So I'm going to just take a little bit of time here to clear that up. And this is what we're going to be kind of working on, along with finishing up the A10 completely, is the Africa Core vehicles. So super glue does not need to be up here. Although, you know what? I'm gonna put it here next to the A13 because I need to glue that thing once and for all. What is in here? Stoof. Welcome to another morning where I don't know what the hell day it is. I'm not enjoying this vacation as much as I should. I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on what it is. I'm just so out of sorts that I don't know what day of the week it is. I don't really have anything to do. The wife's still having to work. The daughter's here. It's just weird. It's just really weird. I'm at a. It's not that I want to go back to work, but there's some routine in it. And I mean, at least I don't feel like I haven't done anything. Let's pull all these paints out. Let's put all these paintbrushes out of here. Just popping out for some chores. Hopefully, catch you later in the feed. Okay. See, that's why you should have done your chores earlier. I'm on earlier than normal. I woke up before my alarm today. So let's get some of this stuff out of the way. See, I don't know how you guys work with these areas that are all messy, because just with having this on the cardboard, I'm distracted. All right. This goes with the Crusader, 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 Crusader. Okay. Alright, let's glue this A13 together because it fell apart. The contact points weren't very they weren't very It's gonna be there. This might actually be a job for epoxy. Yeah, they were just these tiny little nubs. Well, we'll try it. If not, we'll just epoxy the living hell out of this thing. Well, we're going to find out today who the hell works for a living and who's retired and who's on an extended vacation, because this is a day where I would normally not be here. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. So we're going to set this on its side. Alright, so we got the 810 to add drippings to. But we're not going to do that right this second because there's some other things that we need to consider. That require some painting and drying in the meantime. So, what that is the Africa Core vehicles. I didn't get around to doing that last night. After my airbrush session, I pretty much crashed. So we're going to get green ochre, which incidentally, this is the color if you go around to Vallejo's paint sets. This is the color that they recommend for Africa Core. To paint this thing overall. We're not doing that. These things were gray at some point. And they just got painted over. So I don't get carried away in the wrong direction. I'm only going to do one. Okay, we're going to do the most simple one. The pens are for E. We're going to dry brush this on top of it. That's how we did all our other Africa Core vehicles. And then when this is dry, we're going to give it a brown wash. But I don't want to do the brown wash now and then do this. We want to do the brown wash over this. And we just have some highlighting stuff. As a matter of fact, if you look at the paint set that comes for Ammo Mig for some of the desert colors, they expected you to use this and fill in the rest of it. And I don't think that would have, I mean, it looks like white. So this is still kind of a rubbery feel here. Okay. Let's get a dry brush out here that we feel pretty comfortable with. Yep, it's that time already. Let's actually move. No, this will work. We'll dump it here and then smear it on the table. Smear it on the table. What'd you make a mess? I smeared it on the table. Got some stuff here over on the right hand side of me. Get off my dominant side. Some synthetic fibers from something. All right. So what does this simulate? I don't know. These guys came to Africa painted gray, and they decided to overspray it with some desert colors. This part of it is not necessarily the environment kicking its way up as much as the man-made parts. And you're looking at this and you're like, this is going to look all wrong. It won't. But I'm looking at it and go, man, this doesn't look very good. It looks like somebody at McDonald's had some fun with mustard. Now, Vallejo actually recommends that you paint the entire vehicle in this color. I'm like, I'm not going with that. I don't like Africa Core vehicles that look all uniform in color. It looks weird. Looks like there's something wrong. And there's a lot of stuff missing on this model. This is a nice model, but it doesn't have any extra tracks and stuff. So this is a Panzer IV. We've got interesting. That's the headlamp, and I actually don't have one on the other side. So at some point, I'd noticed it hadn't 3D printed. Well, some things will just got knocked off in Africa. So this little the white underlayer adds even more depth to what I'm doing here. That's why I do it. So you got parts of this yellow that are lighter than others. And I just kind of came up with, this is how I'm going to do them when I painted that German half-track. I had a German half-track that was already, it was already painted kind of like this. It was already gray with a lighter tone on top of it. And instead of repainting the whole damn thing, I just threw some of this on there and see what happens, and bam! I like the result. We're not worried about the tracks. The tracks aren't really this color. This is a overspray color. if I do some later war vehicles in like Tunisia or something like that, would I paint this the same way? Maybe not. I might actually, I mean, assuming we're not talking about 10th Panzer Division, which showed up in gray. Good morning, Marcus. But for the purposes of this, that's the story on these guys. They came in gray. They gave him a quick spray down. Naturally missing some spots. And this is the starting point of what these guys are going to look like. And this is going to be lucky number 4. I was reading an account on something else, and it made me chuckle because it was a picture of a vehicle with a number 8 that was blown all to hell. Francois, beware the lizard people from the hollow earth are cruising around over Jersey with their lights on. It's all a distractor from the fact birds aren't real. What the hell are you talking about? All right, hold on, let me look at this. You're up early. There's some words that when I hear, I automatically tune out. I'm sure everybody has this stuff. They just don't think about it. But there's certain words when I hear, I'm like, talk to the hand. Drones is one of them. I'm never going to do any wargaming that involves drones. They just bore the shit out of me. No. Look at the difference. I'm actually going to take a picture of this. And the first time I did it, I really didn't like it, how it looked. Hold on. I got a message here that's interesting here. They taxidermy birds and rebuild their skeletons as drones. Well, drones can't fly the same way. I got a little drone that somebody gave me 4 or 5 years ago. It's not a very expensive one. As a matter of fact, it's a Spider-Man themed one. I don't know where they got it from, but or who it's even made by. It doesn't look like it's put together badly. It's not very big. I mean, I think the wingspan on it is something like this. It doesn't have a camera in it or anything, and you can supposedly control it with your. I don't know that you can control it with your phone, or there's a thing on your phone to help you be able to pilot it. But as soon as you turn the thing on, it just takes off, and it's like I've tried. The first time I got it, I took it outside and ended up on the roof of the house. So I had to get that, on the edge of the roof of the house so I could get it. It doesn't weigh anything. Like it's like almost like made of paper mache. It's plastic, but it's really really light. So I guess it's a good thing, so it doesn't crush itself. So about a month or so ago, I went to a big open field here. I mean, it was big. I still ran out of space. As soon as you turn it on, and even low, it starts moving away from you. Even though you don't touch anything, it starts moving away from you at an angle. So in trying to dial all that back, you're maybe I'm the worst drone pilot ever. I couldn't even get it stabilized. Hmm. Well, I'm not a conspiracy person. No, nor am I worried about it. Somebody comes after me. Guess what? I don't have to go to work in a couple days. Yay! I got a guy that I know that is. He's in delirium about the election results. That's all I'm going to say. And he wanted here to try to come. I know he wanted to argue about stuff, and I don't want to argue politics with anybody, especially people that are on a crusade. And I just finally I just escalated the situation. I said, "Yep, well, you better be ready. They're going to come after you. They're coming after you." They're coming for you. You might have to leave the country. They're coming after you. Maybe he's been up to something wrong. Like, I'm not up to wrong stuff. So, I mean, if they're coming after me, they're coming after a whole lot of other people. We don't all fit in the boxcars. Better hide in the basement the next 4 years. They're going to come after you. I mean, that's what they want to hear. Might as well feed into it. Don't want to go too much of this. Or it'll be too far. Yeah, I think that's about as far as we need to take this. And I'm not going to do all the other vehicles. I'm going to do one at a time, because as confident as I am that I like how this will turn out, I still don't like putting all my eggs in one basket. And the objective is to make that look like this. And now that I look at it, yeah, it does make sense that excuse you, that there would be some commonality. So. You're in the bunker? I hope not. I was kidding. I have a feeling this person is not of the same side as of the aisle as you. They're far from ex-military. But okay, so we're going to rinse this out, and this is the part where if I put the brown wash on it, it's going to take some of this off. This is what I would have liked to have actually done last night, so that I can wash them this morning. But let's see, is this thing dry enough that we can? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the design of this A13 is not right. Do we have this thing at a freaking angle now? All right, well, we'll leave it there for now. We need might have to re-break the arm and put it down there. There's these tiny little pegs that wasn't a good connection point to begin with. We'll leave that like that for now. Okay, so we're gonna have to do the brown wash on that, which we can't do yet. We got the drippings on here, and then by the way, I do the brown wash, and I still have to wait for it to do. I still can't do anything with it. So let's we have overpainted this thing, and the pens are gray. Let's and I used some of the masking stuff, and it didn't get everywhere. So let me go ahead and mask that, because here's Rommel's little vehicle or whatever, or somebody's little vehicle. It's kind of an unattractive vehicle. I don't really care for the look of it. German gray, I believe, is this one, what this one's called. This is actually the AK paint. The ammo MIG paint. Oh, here we go. Here we go again. Should be close enough to work for this. We're going to attempt to try it anyways. Yeah. As you can see, some of this god-awful, like, almost like a lime green camouflage that was over this thing. This is one of those die-cast pre-paint deals. Marcus, do you have to work today, this week, or you have this week off? I suspect you have to work. Well, you're the boss. You can take off whenever the hell you want to. Today is pretty full on, but tomorrow and the first will be slow. I was thinking today, like, why are we even closed these days? You know, I mean, the only reason to be closed these days is because the rest of the industry is closed. Like, nobody's going to be taking any deliveries any of these days. And it seems kind of a waste to, like, man, I'm like off and with nothing to do. But I mean, even if I wanted to work, I can't. I mean, the place is closed, so. And it's not that I want to work. It's just that I don't like having time off and you're not really doing anything. It's weird to me. I never take time off just to take time off. This is an odd thing, and I almost feel like I should come in here with a Dremel and cut that little bit off. But there's a little bit back here that kind of fits underneath this. It kind of fits like this, and then this goes inside. Maybe that's how I need to assemble it from the top. What in the horch? Yeah. It's kind of an odd fit, but I don't really want to glue it back together until we're done with this. We're done with this thing. It's going to be a hell of a lot easier to paint. So I'm not going to go back and airbrush this lighter tone. I'm just going to dry brush some lighter tones on it before we add this Africa core thing. And I guess I'll use this. I was going to use it for Russia, but I guess I'll use it for North Africa. Because if I did it for Russia, it'd be a while before I used it. It's more likely to be used for North Africa. Yeah, those Steyr trucks that they make, those Recon Steyr trucks, I'm never going to get those. That's an ugly truck. I don't know. I even call them trucks. More like a SUV. Big boned car. That might be what it was. Those cars I was talking about. Am I going to paint an Audemars Rommel? Not right now, but yeah, eventually. Yep. If for no other reason than to see if I can make it look like him. You know, face and stuff. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Let me see if I can find this. I was looking for this last night and then I fell asleep. In the Panzertruppen book. Move this out of the way so I don't kick it. Okay, this is is some combat information on the Fifth Panzer Regiment. So that's the meat and potatoes part of the 21st Panzer Division. But that's not what I read about it. What day of the event is this? Okay, this is the 23rd of November 1941. On the left of Panzer Regiment 5, Panzer Regiment 8 charged into the 5th South African Brigade on the afternoon of the 23rd of November 1941, recording the events as follows. So this would have been the part where Crewell goes and does that attack that's just kind of silly, right? Where he just crashes head on into the defenders from the south on the airfield. Or towards the airfield. I think it was just still south of the airfield. During the morning of 23rd of November, strong enemy columns had been successfully engaged and preparations made for the difficult attack in this situation. Difficult attack in the afternoon. Already in the early morning, a high enough price was paid with the death of Major Fensky, the commander of 1st Battalion. The regimental commander, Oberleutnant Kramer. Okay, so the 1st Battalion commander's already dead. So, since I'm doing 1st Battalion, I already lost a guy and haven't finished painting him. Oh well, he was a damn Nazi anyway, screw him. The regimental commander, Oberleutnant Kramer, had advanced deep into the rear of the enemy and wound up alone in his Panzerbefehlswagen, no doubt a Panzer III, in the middle of an enemy artillery position. Having obtained valuable reconnaissance information, he slugged his way through to the 1st Battalion in spite of several hits on his Panzer. Advancing towards Bir el Gubi, contact was made with the Italian Divisione Corazzo Ariete about midday. The afternoon was to bring the heaviest battle of the campaign for the regiment. At 14:30 hours, the Panzer Regiment located in the area of Sidi Mufta, facing the north, was already to attack the following formation. Panzer Regiment 8 on the left, the attached Panzer Regiment 5 with about 40 panzers on the right. Both regiments were formed up in waves. The 1st Battalion Panzer Regiment 8, followed by the 3rd Battery Flak Regiment 33, so there's 88s, was in the first wave. The 2nd Battalion Panzer Regiment 8 was in the second wave. Schützen Regiment 115, mounted on vehicles, was ordered to closely follow the 2nd Battalion Panzer Regiment 8. This Panzer Battalion was to support the infantry and make it possible for them to break into the enemy position. Schützen Regiment 115 did not manage to close up with Panzer Regiment 8 in the assembly area. It remained stuck in the marshy area by Sidi Mufta under heavy artillery fire from the north and east. Schützen Regiment 200 was positioned ready to attack behind Panzer Regiment 5. Now you know who to model on the litter of my ambulance. There you go. The division gave the order to advance at 14:54 hours. The objective was the destruction of the South African division that was reinforced by strong tank units located in the area of Sigtife Eidemat. Sigafet Eidemat. The enemy artillery fire, which had already caused significant disturbance in the area, tremendously increased. Our own artillery couldn't silence it because the opponent waited in dug-in field positions that he could improve during the day. The panzer attack rolled forward under the covering fire from our artillery. The regimental commander immediately recognized the attack could not only succeed, could not only succeed in destruction of the opponent could be possible if the reinforced Panzer Regiment maintained the ordered direction of attack towards the middle of the enemy's position without regard to threats from the flanks. He personally guided the Panzer Regiment towards this objective and turned back every deviation by short commands over the radio. Already at 15:30 hours, the 1st Battalion Panzer Regiment 8 broke under the command of Hauptmann Kummel, broke into the enemy and destroyed numerous defensive weapons. This breakthrough crippled the opponent. He gave up wherever the panzers stood. Fire from anti-tank and anti-aircraft guns in the front and flanks died out for minutes. However, the artillery fire on the 2nd Battalion Panzer Regiment 8 and the rear elements continued undisturbed. Hauptmann Kummel urgently radioed for infantry to be brought up forward to comb the battlefield and take over the prisoners. Finally, the mounted Schützen Regiment 115 advanced from the rear of the gap created by the 1st Battalion Panzer Regiment 8. In the meantime, the Panzer Regiment renewed their advance. The regimental commander had decided to relentlessly charge forward without waiting on the infantry. Oh, it worked well for the British, right? So let's do that as well. Hey, here's one of your 8s. Here's a Panzer IV-8. And here's a Panzer IV with a 4 on it. At about 1600 hours, Panzer Regiment 8 stood deep in the enemy. The 1st Battalion attacked to the north through the opponent's deep defensive zone. The 2nd Battalion turned off to the northwest to give the infantry now lying behind them breathing space and a counterattack to prevent an attack developing by 20 enemy tanks into left flank of the division. In the meantime, because of heavy fire from the defenders, the main body of Panzer Regiment 5 had moved out of the way to the east. Only a few panzers from Panzer Regiment 5 had closed up with Hauptmann Kummel. This evasive action occurred against the orders of Oberstleutnant Kramer and caused the attack to be pulled apart. Radio contact with Panzer Regiment 5 was lost at this time. Because of defending against enemy tank attacks and waiting for the infantry to come forward, the 2nd Battalion Panzer Regiment 8 couldn't follow the swiftly moving 1st Battalion. Therefore, the defensive fire of the opponent came back to life again and again. In spite of this, the 2nd Battalion slowly chewed its way through the north. Infinitely slowly for the panzers, the infantry followed, taking heavy losses from artillery, anti-tank, and anti-aircraft gunfire on their unarmored vehicles. Yeah, basically the Panzer Grenadiers that were equipped with the Afrika Korps were almost all mounted in trucks. Half-tracks were a rarity. Like, this thing was a rarity. Part of their vehicles burned brightly. At about 1620, fighting in the middle of the 2nd Battalion, the regimental commander obtained the following picture of the battle. His 1st Battalion had victoriously broken through the deep enemy defensive zone to the north with the objective of destroying the enemy artillery. His 2nd Battalion stood echelon to the left rear in a deep formation in the middle of the enemy and held out to enable the infantry to come up. Fire from this battalion suffocated all resistance within a close circle and destroyed numerous enemy tanks. The attached Panzer Regiment 5 that now had become completely separated to the right and was no longer to be counted on. Shortly following, the regimental commander ordered Hauptmann Wahl, W-A-H-L, commander of the 2nd Battalion, Panzer Regiment 8, turn about in the middle of the enemy and bring the infantry forward under all circumstances. In the middle of the firefight, this maneuver was exemplary, completed in spite of the fact that the 3 company commanders had fallen. Holy shit. And many of our own panzers were burning. Under heavy fire from the defenders, the attached 3rd Flak Battery of the 1st Battalion Flak Regiment 33 calmly supported the breakout of the panzers that were hard pressed by the enemy. The 2nd Battalion managed to pull the infantry several hundred meters forward with this maneuver, but very quickly the 2nd Battalion again stood alone, surrounded by the enemy. The tough and sternly conducted resistance of the opponent continued. Artillery fire struck between the panzers with undiminished strength. Without the infantry, the regimental commander now personally led his last reserves, consisting of the pioneers of the regiment, mounted in armored half-tracks. There it is, that's who gets them, the pioneers. The still available escort panzers of the regimental headquarters, and the rest of 2nd Battalion into battle to bring about a decisive victory for the day. In unheard of sharp assaults, the regiment's pioneers pulled the crews of artillery pieces and anti-tank guns overrun by the panzers out of their holes. So they went dugout to dugout, getting all the knocked out gun crews out. In the meantime, radio contact with the 1st Battalion Panzer Regiment 8 had been lost at 1645 because a hit from an anti-tank gun had smashed the radio set of the battalion commander. So you got to model your battalion commander there, Vol, with a smashed radio set. Hauptmann Kummel accomplished his assignment leading out front, standing erect in his panzer and commanding with a signal flag in his right hand. Great, now I got to do that. He reported at 1655, 1st Battalion has broken through the city Rizet airfield. Contact has been established with the 21st Panzer Division attacking from the north. Now the intention by the regimental commander to have 1st Battalion turn back in order to drive back to meet the 2nd Battalion no longer needed to be accomplished. At 1700 hours, the opponent attempted to break out to the south and southeast with tanks and trucks. Only small elements of the totally decimated opponent managed to break out. He was too beaten to mount a counterattack. The decisive moment came before nightfall. The enemy resistance had wavered as a result of the breakthrough of the 1st Battalion Panzer Regiment 8 and broken on the iron front of the 2nd Battalion Panzer Regiment 8. A vast quantity of tanks, artillery pieces, anti-tank guns, and trucks lay on the battlefield. Over 1,000 prisoners were taken, turned over to the infantry before nightfall. After dusk, the regiment assembled on the City Rizet airfield. The regimental commander with the 2nd Battalion drove through the battlefield of the 1st Battalion that bore the markings of a hard fight. Panzer Regiment 8 had started the day with 32 Panzer IIs, 68 Panzer IIIs, 16 Panzer IVs, and 6 Panzerbefehlswagen, 6 command tanks, in operational condition. At the end of the day, they were left with 18 Panzer IIs, so they lost 14 of them, 36 Panzer IIIs, so they lost 32 of them, 7 Panzer IVs, so they lost 9 of them, and 4 command tanks, so they lost 2 of those. In operational condition, losses due to enemy action and mechanical breakdown had amounted to 55 panzers, of which 19 were total write-offs. So this was before the dash to the wire. Because on the 24th, both panzer regiments with their divisions were sent by Rommel towards the border in the rear of the British forces. So the next day was the dash. Well, there you go. Well, that's what I should be modeling, is these guys driving onto the City Rizet airfield. That is what I said I wanted to do. Oh, look at this tie-in. Where's my phone? Where's my micromark list? 19th of December 1941, reinforcements arrived. The 3rd Company Panzer Regiment 8 landed in Benghazi with 5 so this is the group. This is the group that I was telling you that I would have never known without the micromark lists, that it wasn't included in this regiment. Is the 3rd Company, and what was the other one? The 7th. Okay, remember, according to the micromark list, as soon as I can find this, download, okay? If you look at the micromark list here, this is some fascinating shit right here. Just trying to cross all the T's and dot all the I's. Just once. There's a note here all the way at the bottom that says, where is it? Yeah, it only has the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Panzer companies. And the 2nd Battalion only has the 5th, 6th, and 8th. So they're missing the 3rd and the 7th. If you flip all the way to the bottom, I believe it was at the bottom. Note K. The 3rd and 7th Panzer Companies of 8th Panzer Regiment were en route in late December with 17 Panzer IIIJs and 5 Panzer IIFs. They arrived in theater on December 28, 1941. According to this, they arrived on the 19th. Here it says 5 Panzer IIs and 17 Panzer IIIs. Yep, that jives. Well, apparently the 7th Company had an extra Panzer II. Interesting. So I won't be doing any tanks with a 3 on them. I'm gonna paint 1st, 2nd, and 4th because let's go back to this list here. I got to do this guy in the 4th, and any more Panzer IVs 4ths. So they're all going to be lucky. They're all going to explode. The 2nd is where most of the G's are. The 2nd Panzer Company has all G's except one J in one of the platoons, and there's an H in the Panzer Company headquarters. Now I don't know if that one would be 200 or 201. I don't know which one that one would be labeled. The 1st Panzer Company has that same H in the headquarters, but it has one platoon that's completely equipped with Panzer III Hs. I guess I could make them both 1, but really, do I want that many numbers? That one labeled 1s? There's actually one Panzer IIIG in the 4th Medium Panzer Company as well. One of the platoons has 5 Panzer IICs and then 1 3G in it. So I'm probably going to make all the G's start with a 2 and all the H's start with a 1. And all the Panzer IVs start with a 4. That's probably what I'm going to do. That's probably what I'm going to do. And these that have the open hatch, they'll be the command vehicles. So, like for instance, or at least one of the, there's a platoon here that has 4 Panzer IV's. I'm not going to make him the Panzer commander of the company headquarters. I'm going to make this the commander of that platoon. And I've just decided that that's going to be the second one, that they're listed this way. So this one will be tank number 421. This will be 421. This particular vehicle. And if I got another one, it'd be 422 or 423 or 424 even. But it's just going to be a big 4. And then back here in the back, we'll have the full number. So I may actually hand paint the small number. And I haven't decided whether or not they're going to have white on the outside or they're just going to be completely red. I got some time to decide. But I'm glad I got this because, you know, it, like, my life is, you know, at ease. So. Oh, by the way, one of my reinforcements arrived from Benghazi. Actually, technically, it's not from Benghazi. These guys will be coming from Alexandria. These are all Brits. Let's go to. See, now I've waited long enough. I can brown wash this. See what I did there? Let's not destroy my own shit. Arrives today. Well, we'll see. We'll see what time it arrives today. We'll do an unboxing on it. Your Panzer III has track stripe over the front side, so I might have a number on the back. Need to look at the position of the numbers on the side of the turrets. Now, generally they're in front of all these vision devices. So it can't be a huge number. I've seen them painted over the vision device. I gotta look at my decals and see if I can fit one right there. I want a solitary number there. And then I'm gonna do all three on the back. I'm not gonna do that same solitary number and then a small number. So it'll be a solitary number here and the small number down here. On both sides. And then I'll worry about putting junk on these, because there's definitely gonna be enough junk left over for the Panzer IIIs to doll this up. Okay. Strong tone it is. But that keeps me from hemming and hawing. Well, I don't know what color I'm going to do. I'm going to, you know, now it's like, oh, I got that list. All right, I know how to knock stuff out and feel, you know, it's not 100% accurate because, you know, some stuff will just never be known unless you're modeling a certain vehicle. Like, here's a picture of this and it looks exactly like this. You're just never going to know. But I've got extra Panzer IV stuff, so I'm going to put an extra piece of Panzer IV track here. But I'm doing that afterwards. It bogged down with those details, and then nothing happens. There's this little pistol port here at this funny angle on the front of this. And they just, when they added the extra up armor, they just like blocked it off. It's like hidden back here. Like the field of view on it is like non-existent anymore. I was thinking that the Panzer IV-E had a flat front on it instead of zigzagged like that. But I guess the flat front didn't happen until the F. Hey, you read several accounts of these vehicles in action, or at least the British tanks in action, and they said that they're always outranged by the German 75. So even though it's a 24 caliber weapon, it apparently had a longer range than the 2-pounder. I'm taking this a lot slower than I have in the past. I don't know why. I think I'm trying to not be very abrasive with this. I don't want this stuff to come off. By the way, I'm fine with those, whatchamacallit decals. District miniatures. Although I haven't really tested to see if they're too thick. They don't seem like they're too thick. Okay, man, you too. Don't work too hard today. I gotta run some errands and stuff. See if I can find the receipt to the grill that we got. The only reason I need the receipt is I gotta register, because we got these two sides that it has. One of them had like a sticker on it. And as soon as we peeled the sticker, the paint came off. I was like, look, we haven't even used this damn thing. And like, I always want to exchange it. Oh, you got to contact so-and-so and register their product. You know, I ended up doing it through like this text thing on their website. So it was pretty uninconvenient, but I got to find the receipt. I don't know why I don't have it. I got every kind of, I got receipts in my wallet from places that I haven't eaten in 3 months, but I don't have that receipt. It's here somewhere. I just got to find it. So I got to do that, and we got to go to the UPS store to return something that my wife got from Amazon. And that's it. I think the rest of the time I'm just going to sit at the house. Looking forward to working on this in the afternoon when this wash dries. So the process when this wash is dried is I will go back over. I gotta remember this. I gotta paint dark sand over it, which is a lighter color. I don't go back over it with this color. It'd be way too mustardy then. Enough with the mustard. And this thing has a lot of nooks and crannies in it. I want to make sure that this brown wash gets all up in there. Whoa, that's coming undone already, and that's with it being glued. I don't know my own strength. I knew I had one. At least one. Did I bring that thing back? I did, didn't I? Question is, where did I put it? Or did I take it back outside? Well, we can put it in that little device over there. It should be fine to dry. I want to keep it somewhat level. It's not hugely important, but This stuff flows pretty well, meaning it's not likely to have one of those little air bubbles that pops, and then you have no color behind whatever it is that popped. I could totally see having another one of these, a pair of D's. And that'd be enough. 4 of 2 different kinds. And then we'll go roll and do the turret. Okay. Now I'm going to try to put this somewhere levelish. Over here should be fine. This is pretty level there. Okay. Now, this little guy. Actually, this might work. Let's see if this works okay. Yeah. I got that broken piece on the hatch. I'm just kind of I don't know. I don't think it's broken. I think it just never molded on it. It never molded itself there. I haven't even looked and see if I've got the right size numbers. I'm not too worried about it. Heck, I could probably hand paint those numbers if I had to. Okay, then that needs to dry. All right. This guy. Let's get the three sisters out here. I think they're still out. Really, the two sisters. Don't need any strong tone. Just soft tone in the other one. And light tone. And we got to figure out what we're going to call this thing. Let's start with the darker of the two. Lots of hinges on this thing. Man, lots and lots and lots and lots of hinges. But like I've said before, I really enjoy this part of it right here. Adding the drippings. Let's go and hit all the hinges that we have. Any other hinges here? No. Oh yeah, we got a shit ton on the back. I could see this vehicle just being a maintenance nightmare. Cantankerous looking thing. Oh, here's latches galore up here. Now the drying time on this is, I don't know. The fact that it's glossy doesn't help. I'd say probably 3 hours at least. That's going to look really good. And that's the one with not a lot of detail. Got these springs here. They're bound to be rusty. We get some water. I'll be right back. So as far as names go, I've seen a couple of these tanks. Actually, I've seen one of them that I can think of have the name Edinburgh on it. Now this is an HQ tank, so they kind of break the rules. They kind of have their own names. I haven't seen really any correlation between A squadron having an A name, B squadron having a B name, C squadron having a C name. These guys don't follow those rules, so they can pretty much have whatever it is that they want to have. It doesn't really affect anything else. Now, I definitely have enough space to put the T number here. And not all of them have names, so I may just put a tank number on it. Because I'd have to come up with a name that's relatively short to fit it there on the turret. If you put it on the hull, which is a possibility, it's got to go around so many things that it's a pain in the ass. So I think I'd rather put it on a turret. However, I need to keep it far enough away from that stripe. Doesn't look like it's being encroached on it. And it pretty much has to be down here at the bottom. In this zone here. So that is 5 digits. But I could probably put the 5 digits on there. Now the other alternative is, let me go to a map here. Oh, I was going to look at this document. I think I can bring you guys along with me for the looking at this document. I think I can do that. Let's move all this stuff away from my mouse area. I like looking at all this stuff up before I make a decision, so that we make the right one. Let's go ahead and pull the file up. It's not Operation Crusader, it is... Look under downloads. World War II Vehicle Names version 6. This is the one that I converted into an Excel document. It was in I think it was originally an Excel document that got created a PDF. And it changed it into an Excel document because you can search with it as an Excel document. It'll take a little while for it to come up. I'll bring this up and I'll show you guys on the screen what we're looking at here. Alright, let's see if I can botch this up. Let's go ahead and go to display capture. Okay. You guys should be able to see the screen. Actually, let me sign in and make sure that I'm not leading you guys astray. I'm still a noob at this. I haven't done this enough times. I haven't done this enough times. So let's go to the internet. Um, I'm very klutzy when it comes to certain things on the phone. And I'd like to do this as incognito. There it is. I need to do it incognito because otherwise I'll sign in as myself, and that doesn't really work. I want to look at. Go to my YouTube channel. Click on that. Oh, look, it's advertising I didn't select. Okay. And let's charge this. So it's on the screen where it needs to be. And we're going to zoom on. I can't read it either. So if you go, I can't see what the hell's on that screen. I can't either. You're not alone. You're not alone. Okay. So this is a document that I did not create. I'm going to go ahead and close this light, running a little bit less interference on me. I did not create this document. I pulled this off the internet somewhere. I'm going to zoom in, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to see this well enough. I may need to put my contacts in. Okay, so this is a listing of British tank names that somebody decided to create, and they're alphabetical. I should say British tank nicknames. British tank nicknames. So here is the nickname on the left-hand side of this document. Aberdeen, Abdul, whatever. The arm of service marking for it, and the regiment and unit formation. And if there's a squadron and troop, what vehicle type it is, if it has a vehicle number, the location for it, the date, etc. Now this was a PDF. I decided to break this down and put it in an Excel sheet because then I can search for things based on, if there's a known photograph, the source of it, that sort of thing. Some of these have certain commanders, senior crew member, who the particular commander is of it. So, should be able to search by those items. It's a super cool document, and I mean it's big, and there's a lot of loopholes in it. There's a lot of areas that are missing. There's a lot of stuff that has a lot of detail on it. Like for instance, this is a tank named Achilles. It's Unit of Service 174. It's the 12th Canadian Armored Regiment, Three Rivers Regiment, 1st Canadian Armored Division. It's A Squadron, and it's the 4th Troop. That man tells you everything you freaking need to know there. And it's a Churchill Mark IV. And here's the tank number for it. So you get really excited when you see this, and then you realize, man, there's a lot of stuff missing when you start really looking for things. Where you look like, oh man, there's this information on this A-15 Crusader. And then you realize, oh, it's 8th Armored Division. Well, I'm not doing 8th Armored Division. So it's not super useful. So what we're going to look right now is, and I don't know if I can do this correctly. Let me flip to make sure there's no. Okay. what I'm going to do right now, what I'm going to attempt to do right now is I'm going to attempt to do a search. Now I've got to do it zoomed in like this because it's so freaking big, I can't see, especially with these not having my contacts in. So I got these bifocals and I'm not certified to use them, even though I've had them for like 3 or 4 years. They're good for distance. I don't like them for up close. For up close, I just take my contacts out. But I'm actually going to take a small break. I'm going to make sure that the lady of the house is awake at 7 o'clock, and I will be right back and we will continue our search. We want to search and make sure there aren't any good names already for A10s. Okay? Just to kind of help our make a decision on what we're going to name this particular vehicle. Be right back. Okay. So we look at this document. There's a column here. We're going to do a couple different searches. There's a column here, and I hope I'll do this right. Is I'm going to zoom out to something a little bit more reasonable. Let's go to the top. This will search the entire document, and God, it's so hard to look through these freaking glasses. So freaking hard. Find and select. We're going to try to find if somebody put A10 in any of these columns. Okay, and here it highlights find all. Okay, this tells me all the A10s. This is why I put this in an Excel document. A10 Cruiser Mark II, A10 Cruiser Mark II, A10 Cruiser Mark II. Okay, so we're going to go one by one and see what units these are and see if any of these reflect in what's going on here, okay? And I've got my little notepad. This is actually the kind of shit I really like to do. This is, then I can sleep at night. And if you guys comment on anything, if anybody's even watching this, if you comment on it, I just gotta flip between screens to be able to see it. And I'm gonna be struggling here with the. Let's see if I can pull this up to myself. And that's any better. Maybe. Maybe it's a little bit better. Really struggling with the freaking vision here. Okay. So let's go to the first one here at the top. Okay, Blue Eyes. Yes, I've seen Blue Eyes. 2nd Armored Division, Cruiser Mark II B Squadron. It even tells you what the tank. This is in Greece. That's the important thing is you want to see that the. Oh, I forgot that I have a touch screen. Okay, that you have a Greece. Well, that might actually come in handy. In Greece, you get everything from up the right hand side of me. Oh, Blue Eyes. Okay, I'm actually going to blow this up a little bit more. What did I lose by doing that? Okay, there it is. This is Blue Eyes. Okay, perfect. Next one. Bluebell. 3rd Royal Tank Regiment, 2nd Armored Division. Again, we're not doing the 2nd Armored Division, even though their symbol is awesome. Bonnie the 2nd, 3rd Royal Tank Regiment, 2nd Armored Division in Greece. Bullpup, 3rd Royal Tank Regiment, 2nd Armored Division. I want to say I've seen all these decals in the models that I've seen. Here's another Greek one. This one is Sea Squadron HQ called Cairn. 3rd RTR in Greece. Okay, here's Calcutta, 3rd RTR, Sea Squadron. Calicut, also the same unit. A lot of documentation there about Greece stuff. Calliope. Calliste. Calm. Do you really want a tank named Calm? Camilla. Catherine. This unit is really well documented. Cecilia. Still 3rd. It's the same unit over and over again. Christine. Clara. What the what? What disease do you have? I can't see it. Clytemnestra. I can't see it, man. My vision is just, these glasses suck. And my prescription really didn't change. So no point in getting new ones. Now we're looking at things at the top, and I'm obfuscating myself. It looks like all these are the same damn unit. 3rd RTR, 3rd RTR, 3rd RTR, 3rd RTR. Yep. Yep, they're all C's. Now this document is very top heavy, meaning there's a lot of tanks that start with A, B, C, D, and E. As you go down the alphabet, there's less and less tanks of it. Because the one thing that most tanks have in common is they're named after the squadron. So you're going to have A, B, and C, D squadron type of things. There's exceptions to the rule, but generally that's what it is. This is a really well documented unit. Oh, look, we've got a one for the 1st Armored Division. Well, the 1st Armored Division, I'm pretty sure, well, that was in, those guys were in Northwest Europe. Okay, here we go. 5th Royal Tank Regiment, 22nd Armored Brigade, 7th Armored Division. Well, I'm not doing 2nd Armored Brigade. East End. Okay? I'm going to go through here and I'm going to be able to make a good decision on that. 5th RTR, 3rd Armored Brigade, 1st Armored Division. No. These are all E's. But all 22nd Armored Brigade, which is not at Ivy. Snow White. Interesting. Snow White was a new movie when these guys fought. It'd be like naming a tank now Moana. And what is this one right here? 1st Armored Division. Okay. So we didn't really find anything there. Now I'm going to do a little thing. I'm going to make sure that this isn't considered an A10A. Couldn't find anything we're looking for. Okay, cool. Let's go to, let's do a search for Edinburgh. Okay, there's one tank called Edinburgh. It's a popular freaking name. There's a tank called Edinburgh that shows up on one of the decals, and Indian, Argyle, 6th Armored, 7th Armored Division. What tank is this? Oh, it doesn't tell you what tank. It doesn't tell you what type of tank it is? It doesn't tell you what kind. Can I go to the right? There we go. Why is it even listed? It doesn't give you any information on this particular tank. Other than there was one supposedly named Edinburgh, 5th RTR, 22nd Armored Brigade, 7th Armored Division. That's the only one of those. Okay, so anyways, there's a decal set, and whether it's right or wrong, in one of them that I downloaded, and I want to say it's an A9 or an A10, it's called Edinburgh. So I'm thinking, if I can't come up with an answer, Edinburgh is the name of a city in Scotland. So what are the odds that there is another one of these older cruiser tanks named after another city in Scotland? Because that'd be a pretty reasonable guess. I mean, it may not be right, but at least it's the heart's in the right place, right? Like it makes sense that's that's a possibility. It's not like I'm grabbing names of cities in Holland or something like that, naming something. So just kind of looking at everything and the limited amount of space that I have there, Dundee seems like a reasonable name for this tank if I can't come up with one. And I can fit a Dundee there because that's only 6 letters. And it's not like a tiny little village or anything. Perth is another one we could do. But I see Perth and I think of Australia, which is okay. I mean, Glencoe. So that seems like a reasonable name. If I don't have a lot of space, I could really put AYR, IR. So the name of of one of those Scottish cities seems like a reasonable name for this thing if I can't come up with any kind of information on what this thing should be called. So that's my backup plan. Eglin. Brecken. It's too big. Is that how you say Brecken? Brecken. Elgin. Edso. What do you think about Dundee? You okay with Dundee? I think you can fit a Dundee in there. That's going to be my backup plan, but I'm still not done looking. This document's incredible, but I needed to change it into a PDF. I mean, into an Excel spreadsheet so I could search for things like this. Like one of the things I haven't searched for, and I'm going to search for it right now, is see if I can come across names for Marmon. See if Marmon Harrington's on here. I just want to do Marmon because I don't want to know. I want to see how it's listed. Huh. Find all. There we go. Marmon Harrington Armored Car. Kenya Armored Car Regiment. What's this one down here? Another Kenya one. Great. Kenya's not you. You're no good to me in Kenya. You're no good to me in Kenya. Like, they don't have anything to do. Like, what are we going to do all day? Oh, let's just write down the name of our armored cars. You know, the ones that are actually doing South African Armored Car Regiment. Doesn't tell you what kind of armor. Kenya. What's this one? 4th South African, but that's a Mark II. And I don't have to necessarily find the name of one that's an actual armored car. Here's one named Peggy. Ooh. An angry name, Peggy. 4th South African. 1st King's Dragoon Guards. Well, isn't that freaking interesting? Stamford. And it's a black 40. Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. And it was in where? In Tobruk in 1941. Oh, bloody hell, we're going to have to name our Stamford. Look at that. Brilliant. Now, another thing you can search by is, assuming they tell you what it is, doesn't give you the unit number. Let me switch sheets here. Afternoon, Ben. Dundee is okay. Elgin and Brecon are cathedral cities. The problem is that L is going to take more space. I think I could fit it in there. Yeah. Okay. That's still my backup plan. Good morning, Ben. Let's do one other search. Let's see how things are listed here for 7th Armored. Find what? Let's do a search for 7th. Find all. Okay. And here you can see all of the items that are being searched for here. Knock.May, these are all 8th King's Royal Hussars. Yeah, those are all, that's where all the whatchamacallits are in. The Stuarts. The Honeys. Staffordshire. Yeomanry, 1st RTR, Grenadier Guards.
Fourth County of London Yeomanry. What's this? Is this the Fray, whatever? Oh, these are late ones. This is in Northwest Europe. We don't care about that right now. There'll be a time and place for that. The other thing you can look for is, I believe it's listed as Western Desert. I'm just going to do a search for Western. Find all. Somehow I don't have the... Anyway, this is a hell of a document. But a lot of this stuff just doesn't apply to the time period. Like if it's got 8th Armor Division, I'm sure they were nice folks, but I'm not interested in that stuff. It's got Shermans, I'm not interested in Shermans. How is, what if you did every vehicle that started with A? Let's see what we get with A9. What if I get A10? Mark 2A. No. Okay. Because that's what it is. It's a close support one. How is it listed? Now we can't find it. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, my neck's gonna be killing me here. Fine. I'm looking up. Need to find all. Now why can't you find it? Now why can't you find a bloody thing? Alright. Let's close this. Yeah, see, this is how I'm having to look at shit. Like I'm unwell. Tell you something you don't know. Dundee it is. Burning daylight. Let's get our best brush out here. No. It's an even numbered word, unfortunately, which means there's no center letter. So I think I'm going to put it's where the D. I'm going to drop the D. Get ready to drop the D. Message for you, sir.
Let's take my own advice. Let's mix this up, and then we're going to undo the top. And then we're going to scoop a wee bit. And then we're going to put the top back on. Now, knowing how I operate, I'm going to take this off because I'm going to need to. This is a perfect opportunity to grab it by the barrel and take some of that paint off and make the barrel look smoky as a freebie. Let's get some white, a little bit of black. Done D. So we're doing the vertical on the D. Let's see what we're looking at on this side. Yeah. Gotta pace ourselves. Let's kill this. I don't need this drying out any faster than necessary. So I'm just putting the vertical lines down. That's the one for the D, that's the one for an E, that's the one for another E. Now the N has two. And the U has two. And the D has another one there. All right, now we got all our little vertical things where they need to go. So we have this word spaced. Let's go ahead and fill it in. Let's build it out. Okay. We take a photo with it. And I like doing this in light gray because we're going to clean this up when we do it in white. Let's see. A very limited space, and that's where I've seen it that in places like that in many places. So instead of finishing this completely, let's do the equivalent thing on the opposite side. Now this is a little bit different because I have a hard stop at the front. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start my D without much space between that and the little and the flashing mark. All right, let's start over. Started with too much wetness. There we go. almost ran out of space on this one. Should have used a little bit brighter color so I could tell the difference here. All right, now we'll fill up to the other side, and we're going to use the pure white. Not bad. Not bad. We can do a little bit of cleanup. So I actually didn't want to name it. I actually might not name this one Stamford. I have to find out what Stamford is. What's a Stamford? Is that another city? And just call it an equivalent type name. What is Stamford? We'll look at Stamford, UK. So my logic would be like, okay, Stamford, what's special about it? And then pick a city that's close to it, that's similar. That's, not a huge long ass name. Like, I don't want to call it Loughborough. It's freaking. I'm certainly not calling it that Leicestershire. Stamford's in Yorkshire. That's considered Yorkshire? It's way the hell down here.
on the River Welland. I like the idea of naming these things after cities. That makes sense to me. Better than Bonnie, you know? Badass. I don't care how much. I don't care how much of a badass Bonnie was. It's still Bonnie. There's also one in Lincolnshire. It's probably the one I pulled up. I don't know which one it's supposed to be. As long as it's not one of those damn Welsh names that just keeps going on and on and on. Now let me do what I should have done. Fuck yeah. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. We'll clean up the other side. Like a freaking decal. Time to go blow up some Jerry's. Don't be rolling on me. Go away. Awesome. Ah, the other one's good too. Now, I don't have where to put a freaking T marking on it. I guess I could put one back here in the back, although it doesn't look right. We'll leave it off for now. If I get bored and miss it. Stamford, Yorkshire was the site of the battle in 1060. It's probably that one then. It's probably that one. Stamford. Okay. Oh, I didn't give me two options. Stamford. All right. Stamford. Okay, here we are at the Stamford that's up there. Nope, that's not the right one either. You guys need to come up with some different names. Like there aren't names of our cities in multiple places. Sanford.
All right, now what's around it? Fangfoss. What? Flamingo Land Resort. There's no flamingos over there. Battles in England. What's this one? Okay, Fulford was a Viking victory. Probably wouldn't be called that one. Battle of Byland. Yorkshire's Forgotten Conflict. Edward Amelia was in. That a good choice? Byland? Except it was defeated by Scottish forces, so it probably wouldn't want that. And that doesn't really freaking matter. I mean, you guys are all one big group, right? The package comes in. I'm going to do an unboxing, and then we'll be working on that stuff. It's loaded on a delivery vehicle. Oh, it's on UPS. Well, it might show up. Oh, I wonder what. I wonder which one of these it is. The other one was in. Man, I don't know which one of those two things is supposed to be. Aren't you supposed to be one big happy family and get along with each other? Yeah, Stamford Bridge is where whatchamacallit defeated the Vikings. How about Fornham? A decisive royalist victory over an army commanded by rebel English barons. You don't want to be promoting like barons rising up and shit like that. Would Fornham be a reasonable name for an armored car? I'm not going to worry about putting a T number on here. I could put it on later. Of course, I'm probably going to have another one of these, so I'm definitely going to have a second Marmon Harrington. Oh, let's not use this thing. It's obviously a miracle worker. This has a little stray hair. A little malcontent stray hair. one thing. Oh man, Jesus. Holy smokes. Wow. I had a Facebook friend that I know of DBA background that knew I was having. Actually, is the person that recommended Tiny War Games to me. And when I ordered the mats and was very disappointed what I got, and it took 11 or 13 months to resolve itself. But now apparently they sold the company. He sent me this long email that the new owner is sending to everybody, where it's apparently there was some. Like I said when I got it, I said either the guy's like overworked or he's. I don't think the guy's just old. He's not necessarily being nefarious, but it sounds like he was a nefarious individual. Wow. Okay, well that's fun. I wasn't going to order from them before, again. Anyways, it was just way too much turmoil for that. I mean, it's a good product. Unfortunately, the one mat that I got was not up to par. It was damaged. It was damaged. The printing is incredible. I still stand by that. It's just if you're gonna sell me something that's damaged or it's been sitting in a warehouse and it's stuck to the packaging, and when you take it out of the packaging, you lose some of the print. You gotta let people know that's. Oh well, mine's resolved. So, what a mess. Wow. Yeah, he's saying there was a bunch of outstanding orders he wasn't aware of, and he's going to try to fulfill them, but that wasn't really part of his contract. And apparently the guy was a shyster. That's a shame. Legal action. I mean, it's legal action. Just when legal action gets gets thrown out there. It's like, man, there's just you should do anything other than legal action. Only people that win in legal action are the attorneys. I should just count my blessings and be thankful that mine turned out some kind of a resolution instead of not one at all. And then back here we have the exhaust of this vehicle. That's a shame. Previous owner did hint at financial problems last year. He kept appealing for new orders to keep him going. A red flag. They were always of decent quality. The one I got was just sitting in. It was like I said. It was sitting like, and they shouldn't have. They shouldn't package them like this. It was sitting folded in shrink wrap, and I'm sure it was somewhere that was hot. The shrink wrap stuck to some of the printing, and then when you pull it out of the shrink wrap, that printing is gone. And it's kind of bothers me less and less every time I use it. But it is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. But that part wasn't thought out really well, you know. I don't normally hear of people in our hobby that provide products that stuff like that happens, especially not in the UK. As I've mentioned time and time again, the service I have gotten from UK people is much better than American people. You know, it's like they get their money here and they don't give a shit. Not everybody, but I'm just saying, you know, as a general rule, the UK people are much more interested in getting your products to you. In my experience, anyways. But it took me 13, like 11 or 13 months going round and round to get that resolved. And then when I did get it, I got another mat that wasn't the same one that I ordered. It was a different green mat than the one that I ordered. But then he also sent me an extra desert one. Like there wasn't anything wrong with the desert one. So I just dropped it at that point. I'm like, all right, well, so I got two 4x6 deserts, and they're exactly the same. So you probably alternate them, and then you've got a big field. So we could do a what? A 12x8 on the desert or something like that. But they're beautiful. And I just thought the guy was just some old guy that just had a one man operation, that he just had too much stuff going on. I didn't think he was, up to no good. But he had sent me several emails saying, "Well, I already sent you a replacement. Didn't you get it?" I'm like, "No, I'm still waiting for you to, you know," and sent him an email, no response. So I should just be lucky that mine turned out the way it did. And I'll keep using the one that's misprinted. It's just a shame. I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful product. But that's the last time I buy something like that, sight unseen. And the reason I got it was because it was free shipping. That's half of the cost is shipping it across the pond for me. Because I always thought that the pricing on them was decent. It would just, once you add the shipping, it just becomes indecent. That's why I held off on buying one for so long. Speaking of financial trouble, did Terrain Tutor ever get his situation resolved? I know that he had quit his job to do it full time, and that's why I gotta do this. I don't want to do Patreon or nothing. I'm gonna putz along and do what I do. If you guys kind of want to join me the way many of you've been doing, cool. I don't want any money from you guys. If something happens out of my control, like what's happening to Painting Panzers right now, he's got Patreons that are, have given him money, and he's got a situation he can't resolve. I'd hate to be in that stressful situation. Like, he didn't do a damn thing wrong, and there's nothing he can do about it. So I don't want to get into a situation that something that's supposed to relieve stress is causing me more stress. That's just not a good fit for me. Now, the cool thing is, in handling all this, some of this has scuffed off. So I've created my own chipping. This thing's about bloody done. Maybe a wee dusting. Pretty happy with this thing. Pretty happy with this thing. I'll be right back in a jiff. All right. I'll be able to do this freaking Panzer IV here pretty quick. If not now. But before we do that, man, it looks like shit right now. It looks not very attractive. Oh, look at all those road wheels to paint black. Not an issue. Man, I'll tell you what, after painting 32 Roman sandals in a row, it really kind of puts things into perspective. I'm never going to forget those. I did those two armies back to back. I did those Polybian Romans and the Marian Romans back to back. It was like Sandal Rama. It's funny how much dirtier the A10 looks compared to the A13. And that's just because the details on the A10 are so much closer than the A13. It is like stuff piled on stuff on it's like basically, somebody who has a messy house as opposed to one that's picked up. That's and it's funny how much more spacious the A13 is. So this also might be a big print. I don't know. I don't judge, because here's the other one. That's from the 3D printer. It's still significantly bigger. I believe the turret is the same on both of them. This just has this added on armor that looks like it's that much bigger, but it isn't. It's just space off to the side. It's just offset armor. So this one's due to be repainted. I'm thinking, if anything, at least wash it properly. Okay. So before I get started on this trek of this Panzer IV, what was I going to do? I was going to look up something with the names. I'm really happy with the naming here. Really happy. That turned out well. That turned out well. Oh, the Crusaders. See if there's anything on that. I still have this damn document up. Let's go. Get this document up here. Let's see if I can do a search by 7th. Oh boy, that didn't work. Okay, let's move this somewhere else.
See, I don't care about Crusader Mark IIIs. What if I could search by multiple things on here? Within sheet, match center contents, no format set. What about this format? No. What if I did search for A13 and then 7th armored? No, we couldn't find it. Click options for more ways to search. Okay. See if I can do 7th Hussars. Okay, that got us somewhere. Okay, so we're gonna go find all. Oop, there's only 2. There's a tank called the Curse of Scotland. Oh, that's fucking awesome. It's an M3A3 Mark 5. Oh, that's freaking amazing. Used in Burma in 1942. Oh, it's a turretless recce tank. Oh, that Curse of Scotland. I love it. There's something called Curly Wee. Wow. There's a tank, a Grant called Curly Wee. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. And let's see if I can move this away. These glasses are killing me. These glasses are killing me. You know what? I'm going to be right back. I'm going to put my contacts in. Be right back.
Okay, now
It is really small print to begin with. But now, because I have readers on, it's a heck of a lot bigger. The computer screen's 50% bigger instead of it being smaller. What if we did this? What if we went bold? Well, shit, that makes it look a lot better. How about I take the entire sheet and go bold on it? Okay, now I can read those things a lot better. That's good. That's why I turned this into an Excel document, so I can tinker with it. All right, so back to this 7th Hussars, the Curse of Scotland. And what's this one up here? This one is Churchill, Wizard Light Tank Mark 6B. Okay, so what I need to see, there's a Churchill called, there's a Dorchester here. What I need to see is what is, it's still not 100% clear. This is a hell of a document. I need to see exactly how that particular unit is written according to this sheet. So what we're looking at is for the 7th Queen Hussars. So we're going to come in here and let's search the whole thing, and we're going to try and doing a find. Find 7th. I'm going to put on here Queens. Show me all the queens. Find all. No. Okay. How about 7th Queen? Hold on. Find all. No. Okay. How about, well, I mean, there's got to be at least one unit called that. All right, how about show me every document that has let me double check this since I saw one on here. How about everyone that's called 8ths, Kings? Oh, it's possessive. What if I just said 8th King? Forget the possessive. Find all. Okay, that works. I want to check some of these guys that are honeys to make sure their arm of service matches what I have. 'Cause I see lots of stuff with them having a B4. And according to my chart, none of them should have a B4. There's a Cromwell, a Grant, another Grant, Cromwell, Challenger, Cromwell, Grant, Challenger, Grant. Oh, which Stuart was that one? 7th Armored Division. Okay, it does not say Aravale. Aravale A Squadron. Eighth King's Royal Irish Hussars. All right. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and go File and look at Crusader. Okay, and let's go to the. See, it's a lot easier doing on here. A squadron names with. All right, what was this particular vehicle? Tell me I can go right back to where I was. I can. Eravale, A Squadron, 7th Armored Division. So I'm going to go ahead and put this. This is unconfirmed. So I'm going to put on here, I'm going to put it in red. A Squadron. Oh, here it says Allendale for Cromwell and a Challenger. All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove this because I don't give a flaming crap about Cromwells or Challengers. Okay? What was this thing called? Aravale. Aravale. Okay, so we're going to come over here and we're going to put it in red. Aravale. Why didn't that come in as red, even though I have that in red? Don't start with me. This mouse is just so glitchity glitch. Okay, and let's save that. All right, back to the other document. Yeah, if I come across stuff I'm not looking for, I need to write it down because it's like free reconnaissance. Let's just keep going down here. 8th Hussars, it's a Grant. That's a cruiser tank, another cruiser, another Stuart. Beacon, 7th Armored. See, it has a number of 45. I'm not convinced that the arm of service on anything other than what my document is correct. B Squadron. I bet Beacon's already listed on the other sheet. It's not. Let's make sure it's red. As opposed to bacon. And let's hit save. That's what it is. It's the surface that I'm using. I can't use that surface over there. It's all like, it's crystalline looking, so it doesn't work really well. Kind of hard to rub your mouse on something crystalline. It's all jacked up. Here's a Churchill, a Firefly. Hold on, now I'm off the. There we go. Let's get over here to Beacon. Callboy, we have Callboy, C Squadron. Cameronian, we have Cameronian. Cameronian the second, that's when it turned into a Cromwell. Another Stuart called Cannon. I believe I have that one. I'm not going to add that one. I'm not going to name it Cannon anyways. Canyon, that's a Cromwell. Captain Cuddle's there. Yeah. Carbine, yeah, that's a Cromwell. Chaucer. Now, what time period is this? Oh, I can't I can't go. I can't do that. Cloister, Colorado. Okay, so this is one of those that has the that's there's one squadron. There's one squadron. I'm instead of flipping between these two, I'm gonna go ahead and just write this stuff on my little notepad. There's one squadron that has names of American cities. And it's not in the eighth. It's in the third RTR. One innovation was American place names. Oh, so it's not American city names. It's American place names. Connecticut, Columbia. I think Colorado falls under that one. I don't care if it says it's the other unit. I'm going to put it in the third RTR. And what's the fifth? The fifth is E names. Okay. So we're going to go to here, and Colorado falls into that. Okay. Nope. We got to go back here and work our way down to Colorado. Okay. And the next one is Coron. I don't know which one that falls into, but we're going to write it down. And which is the other one we put on? Cannon and Cloister. Okay, all a bunch of C names. Coronac, that one's in one of the other ones. I've seen that. Cresta Run. Cresta Run. Okay. There's definitely one called Crossbow. It's already on in the document. That's a Cromwell. Silene. Okay. Lots of C names. Halcyon, that's a great name. It's a Chafee. I didn't know the British used Chafies. A handsome tank. But that's in Northwest Europe. Another Chafee named Havelock. Oh, what's going on here? We off the... Havocus. Not a late Stuart. That's it. So that didn't gain us a whole lot of stuff on here. So what other things can we search by? I know we can search by date. So why don't we do this? Why don't we find in the entire document everything in 1941, okay? Because we don't give a shit about the other years. Now the kicker is going to be find all. There we go. Now let's go all the way over here. And these are all 1941. Let's gotta find out what the hell's being highlighted. Let's make this smaller. Nope. And let's put it up here where it's not in the way of everything else. Okay, let's not do that. I don't want to do fucking that. Move over here. Okay. I need to at least be able to tell me what vehicle it is. It's the 6th Armored Division Lancers. Okay, that doesn't do me any good. What's this? This is another Valentine Mark II. 8th Royal Tank Regiment. First Army Tank Brigade. And it's interesting because this is shown as a 40 arm of service number. Interesting. What vehicle is this? How can I not go to the right here? And it's interesting. Hinth was apparently a tank that was named for a Matilda, and then it got upgraded to a Valentine. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna make a Valentine page because I heard there's a rumor there's some coming. Hinth the second. Okay. Let's go back here. Next unit. A Lanchester armored car. Why did it jump me to this? What the fuck happened here? What vehicle is this? Iron Duke Mark 6. Okay, this is important shit right here that I'm finding out. Okay, there's a Crusader. H Squadron, 2nd Battalion, Royal Gloucestershire Hussars, 22nd Armored Division. They apparently have 61 as the number, a green 61. H Squadron, 3rd Troop, name Le Hirondelle. So let's go to our document. Hold on, let's do this the smart way. Copy. Actually, let's do it an even smarter way. Let's put that there. I can screw with that later. That keeps me from going back and forth. When names were used, the squadron letters F, G, and H. So there's a Hadrian, a Hood. There's Hirondelle as well. Okay, and that's 61. Green 61. That's interesting that this 4th supposedly is green 63. I wonder if this 3rd County Yeomanry is green 62. That would be interesting to find that out. A hint of the arrival of Valentine's. There you go. By the way, I love what I'm doing right now. This is the shit that I just,
I love doing this stuff. Now, let's go back to where we were. I don't know what the hell this is centered on right now. Okay, that's where we left off at, right here, 1941. Okay, let's go to this one. What do we have here? A Marmon Harrington Mark II. Okay, this is probably that Stamford one, as it was the only one. It even tells me what the, let's confirm. And you go back here. Come on, click on here. There you go. Let's go over here. No, Liverpool. But this one's a Mark II. Mark 1, Mark 2. Who gives a shit? Okay. Marmon Harrington. Black 40. First Kings Dragoon Guards. Liverpool. Marmon Harrington Mark II. Okay, cool. Right. Let's click about here. And that's exactly where we left off. Okay, next one. A dingo. You bloody dingo. We don't have any dingo models, so we don't care about them right now. 6th Armored Division. We don't care about them. A Churchill. No. Universal Carrier. Another 6th Armored. 9th Armored Brigade. Well, they're not in, they're not there. 8th Armored Brigade, they're not in Operation Crusader. Okay, here's a Matilda. 1st Tank Brigade, 42nd Royal Tank Regiment. I believe those guys were in Tobruk. Park Royal. Okay. Oh, this is an encounter scheme. 1st Army Tank Brigade. I bet this one had a P name. Phantom, yeah. I'm not using old Phantom. Okay, let's keep going on. Indian Division, Covenanter, Matilda for the 44th. I'm not going to worry about Matildas right now. A Valentine in the UK. Let's leave that one alone. Here's another Matilda. Indian Pattern Wheeled Carrier. Okay. It's a Canadian Matilda. 44th Royal Tank Regiment. 44th Royal Tank Regiment Valentine. Matilda, another Matilda, another Matilda, another Valentine, but that one was the 6th Armored Division, North Irish Horse, another 6th Armored, a Stuart Western Desert, doesn't tell me diddly dick what unit it's from, Guards Tank Brigade,
Universal Carrier, another Matilda, 6th Armored, 1st King's Dragoon Armored Guards. I wonder if this is the one, if this was Stanford. It is. Which means we're running out of names if we're already all the way to. If we're already there. Gordon Highlanders, Indian Division, Home Guard, 1st Armored, 6th Armored, Third County of London Yeomanry. Let's see what we have here. Abdul II. A Squadron HQ. One, two, three, four. Oh, these are Mark 6s. That's okay. The Queen's Bays. That's a Mark III. 11th Armored. Royal Wiltshire, Royal Wiltshire, Royal Wiltshire, Royal Wiltshire. What was that one? Royal Wiltshire. Royal Wiltshire. Good. They must have nothing better to do than write down what was going on. Pretoria Regiment, 6th South African Armored Division. No. They didn't have their armored division yet. 11th Armored. Eighth Armored. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's the one I just did. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. Whoa, what's that one? Third County of Lowman Yeomanry. It is 1942. Elisa II. Okay, I don't think I want to do that particular unit, but we'll see. Sherwood Rangers, 6th Armored. Oh, whoa, what was that one? 4th County of London Yeomanry. And Normandy, that's an AA tank. Okay. 8th Armored, 8th Armored. 8th Armored Guards. A Mark III, a Mark II. This is, what was that one? That's 8th Armored. Man, a lot of 8th Armored. I guess the guys that were really, here's a county of London Yeomanry. It doesn't tell me which one. A Squadron. I bet it's got an A name. Avanti, Avanti. not in a hurry to name something that. Avenger. Okay. Another Avenger. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. Billy Hughes. 8th Armored. 8th Armored. We don't care about the 8th Armored. It's not in Operation Crusader. Or the 11th. Queen's Bays. No. Don't need a Crusader Mark III. Crusader Mark I. Yorkshire Hussars. Nope. That one's not there. Nope. Chelsea Pensioner. Well, they're really running out of names. Mark III. Here's a Mark I. Nope. Yorkshire Hussars. Nope. A Mark III. A Mark III. Here's a Mark I. I'm not afraid of coming up with my own names, but I don't want to overlook something that I could have, used to good purpose just because I didn't look through this document. Oh, hold on a second. Which one was that one? Wait a second. Which one was that? Which one was that one? 6RTR. Oh yeah, old Frey Bentos. Old Frey Bentos. Happy. There's a happy name one. Horsa. 2nd Battalion, Royal. Okay, so it's Royal Gloucestershire Hussars, 22nd Armored Brigade, H Squadron. Horsa, like the glider? Yep. Copy. I'll clean that up later. Here's another one. Hotspur. That's a great frickin' name. It's a British destroyer named the Hotspur. Any other H names? I'm sorry, H names. Okay. HQ of the 7th Armored Brigade is Jaguar. Okay. A crusader named Jaguar. We have the HQ. This A10 is part of the Queens, which is part of the second. You know what? I'm going to. I'll put Jaguar down here. I'll put that. I'll just write that one down. What's this? No, another Jaguar. Crusader Mark 1. Jamaica. It doesn't tell me what unit it is. Janus. Okay, so it's Jaguar, Jamaica, Janus. Those are all HQ ones. Here we go again. This is Javelin. All these JK class destroyer names. Well, Jamaica's not one of them, but the other ones are. Okay, that's a Mark III. Jersey, another JK class, just Jersey. Jervis. It's a Mark III. That's a Mark III. That's a Polish Mark II. That's a Mark III. That's a Mark III. That's a Mark III. That's a Mark III. That's a Mark II, but Polish. That is L'Hirondelle, right? We already put that one on there. Here's a Mark III. Another 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 Mark III. Mark II. Pluto. It's the Royal Tank Regiment. Which one? Pluto 6. Back when nobody complained, oh, Pluto's not a planet. It's in the name dwarf planet. That's like, say, you know. So that's as far as we got. We got a bunch of HQ vehicles. So it's interesting. If I go and look at the HQ list of the 7th Armored Brigade in the Micromark list, just once. Now I can't read my phone. Man, this vision thing sucks, man. I should have done this 10 years ago when I didn't have any of these problems. Now, this information wasn't out here. Okay, put the different readers on. Let's look at the HQ of the 7th Armored Brigade. Here it's got 5 A9 close supports and 5 A10s.
The 22nd Armored Brigade HQ has 8 Crusaders. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta help something with the community. Let's put it back on the other. Let's put this, let's minimize this. And let's take the display capture off. Okay. All right, so somebody says, can somebody ID this figure? I think I know who makes it. So let me go to I can't remember who the fuck it is. A second here. Year-end inventory clearance. Offer expires 40% off all miniatures. What the F? Well, I don't need anything. So I'm not going to buy stuff like, All right, let's go home. Okay, let's do shop now. Browse by category. Nope, I'm not going to click on 25mm World War II pinup girls. I won't fall for that. Invasion of Grenada. Yeah. Falklands. Nope. German Wehrmacht army as opposed to the evil SS motherfuckers. No, we're not. So we're going to go here, and I believe he's in one of the sets here. Yep, found him.
Battle Valor Games X. What do you call that things? Combat miniatures by who's my hero? I can't think of his name. Dave Alsop. Now carried by Battle Valor Games in U.S. Send. Done. Done. I got several of those figures painted. Who do I got? I got this guy with the Gewehr painted, and this guy, the sniper. This is Jorgensen, I think is what it is. This, I believe, is Kranka. I got this guy. I believe he's painted as well, Metzler. Yeah, I've got this guy, and this guy painted. I never liked this guy with the paper on. I'm like, haven't painted him yet. I may have this guy painted as well. I don't know. Metzler, yeah, this is Metzler right here. Okay. To the rescue. You got to do stuff like that so you can remember things, like I go back to the 15 millimeter stuff and I don't remember who the hell's who. All right, let's go back to, let's remove this. Okay, perfect. Woohoo! All right. Now I made the fatal mistake of putting on my contacts, so now I can't see what I'm painting. Let's see. Let's get this back kind of how it was. All right. How long have we been on here? 4 freaking hours. Well, all right, so this thing is dried. Ish. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the dark sand on here before I paint the road wheels. And then the pale sand will be the only thing that's over the road wheels. All right, so dark sand. Let's get a relatively soft brush. I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of this. I want to document the steps on here, so I'm not making a how-to video on this. This is I tried doing that and it is a more true color, and I got punished for it by being frustrated with my video being out of sync. Not until I get a good producer. Can I do that? Let's do this guy right here. It's dark sand. Get almost all of it off. So what's the drying time on this? A couple hours? A couple hours and you can roll. It's not too bad. It's funny because the first thing coming that I want to paint is actually the Valentine. I want to paint that Valentine for Tunisia in the freaking pink. Just really light, nothing crazy. Let's just hit some of the details. We still want to look like there was some gray at some point underneath there.
That's how I roll. It's important to me. You know, you gotta leave some room for the pale sand. There's gonna be pale sand over this as well. Cardboard, man. I'm Captain Cardboard. This shit is super useful. And it's just a material that other people would just like, you know, throw away, recycle, whatever, pass on to not give it the credit that it deserves. Okay, there's this angle on this turret where it's flat and then slopes down a little bit, and I always like that line to show. Freaking amazing. And this is a shit brush. These with the red handles, they're like for kids' craft brushes. As a matter of fact, you leave them in water and some of the paint comes off, so it's not. They're anything but worth a damn on the surface, but frickin' Zam. That looks amazing. Or let's put it this way. It looks exactly how I wanted it to look. Let's see, does this look more accurate? Maybe. It's freaking easy as pie, man. It's multiple steps. You know, I dipped it in paint. Why does it not look good? Because you didn't do it. You didn't do enough levels of flavor. Think of it like a meal. You know, you're making a symphony of flavors, and you can't do it with just it is salt. You know, you got more than the salt, dude. You know. All right. Decal time. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I've not looked at this before. I have no idea what I'm dealing with German-wise. And we got a Panzerführer we're going to be putting inside. Oh, not him. He's British. That's unacceptable. These are super readers? They are not. Alright, let's see if I need to paint my own numbers. My own large number. This is a 4. We absolutely have to have a 4 on here. See, I've done all this research, so now I know exactly what it is that we need. Now, I'm not going to fall for my own shit. I'm going to take this, and we're going to move this guy all the way over there, where the live paint is. All right. Petting house. Let's hope we don't have to resort to those awful things. Nope. Nope. And we want red ones. These are 5s. Nope. Okay, here's a 4. But they're really big. So I want them to stay inside this zone here. I don't want them to go over anything. So those are too big. Even though Hasegawa decals are pretty darn good. Oh, and they got 15 Panzer Division little things there. But I could paint 15 Panzer Division markings. That's... What do we got here? All right, what about this? These 1/87th scale, micro scale ones. Let's see what one of these 4s look like. These are all one sheet. They're not. These are individually cut. One of the few that I have that are individually on here. Let's cut out a 4 and just see how it... See what kind of a challenge this is going to present. That 4 will fit there. That 4 is the acceptable size. So we're going to have a 4 here, and we're going to have the full 3-digit number of it down here. Now, the problem with using this is if I use this and I hand paint them down here, I really would rather not paint them with a white outline down here. That's a really small number with a white outline. And of course here we're going to have the full number, or at least that's what I want to do. And likewise, of course, if it fits on the other side, it fits on this side as well. So that's definitely a possibility. We're going to set this 4 off to the side here. These are too big. And they're petting house, God help me. But these are okay. And these are too big. And I only have one of them. So if I want to make another vehicle that's of the fourth company, I don't have any of those decals. So whereas these, not only do I have numbers up here, I got numbers down here as well. So I got this is definitely the way to go. This is definitely the way to go, and that's what I'm going to go with. Okay. Now I don't know what happened. I have no idea what the hell happened to the Balkan Kreuzes I ordered from Skytrex, which are excellent. And I'm not going to worry about putting on these 15th Panzer Division markings. I'll paint them on myself. It's just a triangle with a line through it. Like, how difficult could that be? So I know the Balkan Kreuz decals are not lost. They're misplaced. And I got other ones I can use, but I want to use those. Because I got a lot of tanks and I want them to have some kind of consistency. So I have a feeling, because they're not in here, they're in the decal set of either the Russians or the Americans. They just got thrown in there in a hurry. Or they're loose in that drawer. So I've got to use the little boy's room. And I will be right back. Figure this out, and then we're going to decal this thing. So let's first check and see if they're with the Americans. They're all on the sheet. They're not difficult to find. This is probably that misplaced. Hurry and clean your table, and not there. And if not, they might be loose. I'm gonna take a little look. Not that I can't hand paint them or use ones from other sources. I just have a lot of them on that little sheet. It's not a very big sheet, but I've probably 40 of them left. They're probably loose. Going to be in there. That's all instructions. I hope they're not there. That's a nightmare. If they're somewhere, they're not easy to find. They're not here on top. Oh, you know the secret. Stop looking for them. Okay. So, for starters, let's get our magic liquid out here. My gloss coat. And let's start glossing some places that could potentially have some markings on it. And let's put on the super readers. All right, those places are along the side here. Here. This corner here. And that's it. That's the only places that would have it. And then here, the back of the turret, the front here, I'm going to do the bottom, even though I'm going to hand paint those. It might be advantageous to have them slip and slide a little bit better. Okay, that's the only places that are going to have markings on this vehicle. Pretty straightforward. Nothing weird. So we're going to need a 4 there, a 4 there, a 4 here, and we need all numbers for the back. I want all big numbers on the back. So let's go back to, we'd already isolated what vehicle this was going to be. So we're going to go back to, I don't think we have the document still open. This is 4th Medium Panzer Company, 1st Platoon, this is going to be 421. This is the command tank of the second platoon and the 4th Company, 421. So we're going to need your 4. Another 4 here. And the third 4. Along with a 2 and a 1. And the 421 on the side is going to be hand painted there. I could do a big 4 and then a small 421 on there on the back. I'm not. I'm going to put the big 421 on the back. Now I'm going to go ahead and take my contacts back out. Rinse this water. And hopefully by the time I get back we can... Oh, we're going to need crosses too, aren't we? If we can... let's see how small. Let's see what I have here that aren't petting house. I have shit rid of this Skytrex decal, and I can't friggin' find them. What the hell, man? And they work great. Let me do. I said I wasn't gonna look for them. I lie. What could they be? What's this garbage? What I get for not putting things where they go. I would put things where they go if I wouldn't get interrupted. Stuff that just got thrown in here because I had to clean the freaking room for them to pick it up. Where is the Now I have both roof pieces for that little pigsty I was doing. All kinds of shit in there. Don't need that. Instructions. I'm like overwhelmed by freaking instructions. I just can't get myself to throw them all away. I'm actually, you know what? I'm actually going to do a deep dive into this and pick up and clean up that drawer, and I'm sure I'll find the decals. I want to do this right, and heck, I've been on here for what, almost 4.5 hours. So we'll be back on later today, no doubt. We'll see you guys on the next one.